of the Week. ABC presents an original motion picture produced especially for the Movie of the Week. Tonight on the Movie of the Week.
May I introduce myself? My name is Kolchak of the Daily Chronicle.
Kolchak reports the bizarre, the supernatural, the unexplainable.
You again in another crazy story.
This nut thinks he is a vampire.
You know what I call that? Irresponsible yellow journalism.
He has killed 4, maybe 5 women. I saw that so-called super killer wipe up the streets with your so-called police force.
They don't want any help from amateur bloodhounds like you.
I've been a reporter for 22 years.
I've been a police officer for 30.
Well, then why don't you retire? Each man in the field is issued one of these, and one of these.
Are you suggesting that we pound one of these into Skorzeny's chest?
No, into his heart.
Darren McGavin, the Night Stalker.
Paramount Pictures presents Mia Farrow in a William Castle production, Rosemary's Baby, co-starring John Cassavetes, written for the screen and directed by Roman Polanski. Rosemary, Guy, the Bramford, the girl, the dead girl, the neighbors, the friend, the dead friend, the nightmare, the doctor, the vicious nightmare, the other doctor, the truth, the baby. Poor baby. Whose baby? Pray. Pray for Rosemary's Baby.
Department, best one in the whole darn town. Sure put out that last big fire, even though the house burned down. I'm the fire chief, best one in the whole darn town. Slow at climbing up them ladders, but the fast are coming down. Boys, there's many a fire left in old Betsy. Good old Betsy. I'll bet one ginger snap. Well, I'll raise you 2 cookies. Yeah, I'll raise you 5 cookies. I'll bet 10 soda crackers. Well, let's see what you got. Ain't me. Ain't me. You're all cheating. Come on, Betsy!
dead. Olive, it's my fault.
Come with me. Where is Catherine? Alan. Alan, are you all right?
Lord, honey, the face is burned.
Olive, I can't see. I can't see. I'm blind.
You know the story, Alan.
By heart. There is nothing organically wrong with my eyes. The blindness is all in my head.
I just wanted to re-emphasize that before you leave us. Now, you know the fire was accidental. You didn't leave the paint cans and thinner next to the heater deliberately that night. You've recognized your resentment of your father and his close relationship with your sister, which accounts for your partial recovery. A full recovery depends on conquering your guilt feelings about your father's death, your sister's disfigurement. Perhaps this return home will help. I hope so.
I've been here for 8 months now.
Here, just in case. Oh, it's the name of a colleague in your town, Dr. Herbert Greeno. I'll forward him a copy of your history. And try using a tape recorder. Verbalize the small problems. Listen to your own words. It may help more than you think. Well, good luck, Alan. Yes? Oh, yes, very good. He's just leaving. Your sister's waiting for you. Right on time.
Someday, somewhere, Catherine will be late and the world will shatter.
You're still tense about seeing her.
It's not your ordinary family reunion.
She doesn't blame you for her disfigurement.
Scar is there.
But hidden. The plastic device she wears is very successful. It's barely noticeable. You mustn't make it worse than it really is.
Thank you, Doctor.
You the one getting out today?
Yes, that's right.
You're scared. I can smell it on your plane. You'll be back. Oh, yes, you will. Look at you run. You'll be back, all right. Soon. No?
Well, here it is, the old street. How does it
Look, it feels better than the state hospital. What wouldn't?
Oh, it's a stick. The kids must have left it. He's fine, dear. Olive, why don't you wait and come back tomorrow?
Okay, fine, sure. Bye. Say hello for me.
She's hurt, Alan. You were nearly engaged.
I don't want to see anyone for a while.
I'm sorry the house is so cold, but I just can't afford to heat it. There's a heater in your room. I'll show you. It's been boarded over.
How is Olive?
Oh, well enough. She's alone now since her mother died. She does research for Professor Schiller. She, just to keep busy. She works at home. Oh, you asked about your tape recorder. It's right where you left it. Well, I'll go change and start dinner, okay?
You're standing there, worrying about me being here. It's true, blindness does make you more sensitive to things. I can take care of myself. Catherine, all these months I've been waiting to tell you how sorry I am.
Well, I'm making something festive for dinner. For homecoming. I'll call up when it's ready.
There used to be a lamp over there.
I've changed things around. Were you looking for something?
No, just trying to get the feel of the house again, I suppose.
Well, dinner's nearly ready.
I don't remember that.
It's Father's desk. I'm storing his things here for the foundation. The Raymond Colley Foundation. We're raising money for a memorial wing in the new library.
Your labors in his behalf are never done, are they? This is Mother.
Yes.
And, who's this?
Oh, that's Eric. I don't know why I keep it. I haven't heard from him in months. He went to Australia just after the fire. To make his fortune, he said. I suppose he married someone over there.
Well, I guess it's safe to say it then. I never really did like him much.
I know. It's warm in the kitchen.
I'm going to be all right here. I just want to be by myself for a while. Good morning.
Oh.
What are you doing?
Good morning. I'll tell you all about it at breakfast. You go ahead and wash. Don't be long. I have to be at work early today. I've been renting to students ever since you left, so we could keep the house. Mm-hmm. My salary at the university. Well, you know what that is. I know your first day home having someone come. I'd have arranged it differently if I could.
This boy, what's he like?
Well, he's new this semester. His name is Harold Dennis. And he's quiet, really quiet. He's had some sort of injury to his throat. He barely speaks above a whisper.
Then we'll have our afflictions in common, won't we?
He's going to be here during the lunch hour. I can come home so you won't have to be alone with him.
No. He sounds harmless. I'll be all right.
I'm going to be late.
Perhaps my apprehensions are unfounded. What do I care how he looks at me or what he thinks of me? This student. This is a house. It's not a courtroom. I'm not on trial here.
About the room.
It's upstairs. First door on the left.
Sorry. I thought I'd be back in the front hall.
It's that way.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
do you want now?
It's me, Alan. I decided to come back after all. I'm sorry I didn't get back soon enough. But he's going to take it. I ran into him outside, and he's going to take it. He even gave me the first month's rent. Where's that draft coming from? There's something open. Bother you so much having him here?
Well, I do wish...
Wish what?
That we could wait just a little bit. It's difficult with strangers. I thought it would be just us. I'm going up.
He won't be in the house that much. He has a job in the cafeteria and his classes. He'll only be here to sleep.
I'll be all right.
Yes. What? Oh, yes, of course. How are you? What? Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Yes, I know. What? Oh, yes, of course I will. No, it won't upset things that much. What? Yes, I will. I'm expecting to hear from him. Yes. Goodbye.
Is anything wrong?
No. No, it was Harold Dennis. He wants to move in tomorrow instead of Saturday. I said he could.
You sounded upset.
It's just me, Olive. Did I make you do that? I should have phoned first. Why, Catherine gave me a key, you know, to keep an eye on things over here. Didn't she tell you?
No.
Well, I made a welcome home present for you. Look, it's a coffee cake right out of the oven. I hope it's still hot.
I can smell it. It smells good.
Well, just mix some then, and we can have a cup of coffee.
Actually, I've just had breakfast, Olive.
Oh. Well, then I'll just leave it right there until later.
Thank you. Olive, thank you very much.
If you want someone to do things for you, I'd be glad to type up your lecture notes for you.
I'm not lecturing just now. I'm blind, remember?
Yes. Perhaps you'd like me to drive you somewhere.
No, I don't think so.
All right. If you change your mind, though, I'm home almost all the time. Maybe I should wash the dishes.
Oh, I can do them. Actually, it's very good for me to do things.
Oh, all right. But if you need anything, you'll call me, okay?
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
want before I go to bed?
No, thank you.
You remember our roomer will be arriving. Don't be alarmed if you hear him. What's wrong?
What do you know about him? Anything? He must have brought everything he owns under one arm. What did you tell him about me?
About you? Just that you can't see too well. I didn't elaborate.
He probably knows it all anyway.
Well, I doubt it. He has his own problems. I doubt he'd be interested.
Why did he sneak down the back stairs and scare me the other day? He's quiet, all right. He's too quiet. I don't want him here.
I can't put him out now. He's paid in advance. Well, Alan, breakfast is almost ready whenever you want to come down. You'll get used to him.
washing my hair, or I would have been over sooner. Oh, were you going to make lunch? I'm so glad you called me, Alan. I thought maybe you didn't want to see me anymore. Oh, is chicken noodle okay?
Okay. It's not that I didn't want to see you, Olive. It's just, well, it takes time to get adjusted, you know, with everything changed.
Oh, I'm not changed.
Well, I am. I'm blind and coming back here living like this. Taking in rumors as if we were destitute, which we are. Have you seen this rumor of ours?
No. No, I haven't.
Try to get a look at him, will you? Talk to him, tell me what he's like.
Why?
I don't like him. There's something wrong about it.
Wrong? Well, what do you mean?
I don't know. I don't know. He wants to trick me into something.
Oh, well, I really... You know, Alan, you haven't been out of this old house since you've come home. And you really should get out and...
No.
Look, Alan, I'm an interested party around here, whether you like it or not. And I'm not going to let you get all closed up inside of yourself, inside of this house. You've got to get out into the world. Show Catherine she's wrong.
Wrong? Wrong about what?
You know, Alan, Catherine has had to make adjustments, too. She was devoted to your father. She really worshipped him.
And slaved for him, and gave up a chance to get married for him.
Yes, well, he was a great man.
Great in his accomplishments. Catherine thinks I should have stayed in the hospital, doesn't she?
She thinks, maybe you came home too soon, but I don't. Let's show her that she's wrong, all right, Alan? I've got to go downtown and get some things. Just ride along with me. Please? You've really got to, you know, you must.
No, it's too soon.
What are you afraid of? Alan, why don't you have, some soup? And, then you can bundle up. It's cold outside, you know, but it's very bright and sunny. Well, it's hard to believe it was freezing last night. I have to stop by campus, just for a minute, to return some books. Want to come with me? I'll be right back.
You want to see something crazy?
May I? Don't crowd around, please. May I get through? Alan? Alan, are you all right? Alan, are you all right?
Yeah, listen.
You've got to eat something. Wouldn't it be better if you told me what happened? Wouldn't you feel better?
It was him. He saw me in the car.
Who? Harold Dennis?
He called me by name. Olive told me you said I shouldn't have come home.
Alan, I'm not going to listen to any childish recrimination. I haven't... I'm sorry, but my nerves get a little worn, too, you know. Look, maybe we should talk to that doctor here in town, Dr. Greeno. It can't do any harm to talk to someone professional.
Someone who could send me back to the hospital?
Alan, I'm trying to be calm about this, and I warn you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll clean it up.
I brought you a new Beethoven. It's a peace offering, Alan. Would you forgive me for yesterday? I was stupid to insist. I didn't realize what you were going through.
Well, I panicked, that's all.
Oh, it was my fault. Don't blame yourself. May I join you for coffee?
Sure.
I wonder, has Catherine seen Eric Walters yet?
Eric's in Australia.
No, he's back. I saw him yesterday. At the garage. He was looking for work. Oh, Catherine must have seen him.
No. Well, Wait a minute. There was a call. Catherine said it was the rumor, but it wasn't. And she sounded upset. And the next day, he moved in. You haven't seen our mysterious guest yet, have you? He leaves before daybreak, returns after dark. You'd think he didn't want to be seen, wouldn't you?
What are you talking about?
Maybe a secret living arrangement in a narrow-minded university town? I wonder.
Take the pledge. Take the pledge.
Sir, are you ready to take the Mustang pledge?
Yeah. Take the pledge.
I pledge that I will answer the call of my Mustang at all times, even when the moon is full. I will remind everyone Mustang is the original, America's lowest priced sports car with bucket seats. I will not gloat over the fact that others do not have this tilt-away option that swings aside and adjusts to 9 different driving positions. I will be polite to people when I demonstrate Mustang's select shift that works in full automatic or full manual. Finally, I promise not to laugh at Mustang imitations with fiendish glee.
For a real change, take the Mustang pledge at your Ford dealers. You're ahead in a Ford all the way.
The
devils burn.
An explosive film. Absolutely brilliant. ABC TV.
Superbly, frighteningly effective. Time magazine.
But of course I can prove nothing. This Mother Superior may be little more than a hysterical nun.
Exactly. Mere conjecture.
And what form does this incubus take?
The Devils is not a film for everyone. Vanessa Redgrave, Oliver Reed, in Ken Russell's film of The Devils. This picture has been rated X. No one under 17 admitted.
Just for the record, in case anybody thinks I'm only imagining things, I believe there is no Harold Dennis, no student rumor. I believe that Eric Walters is living here pretending to be Harold Dennis. And just in case, I think Eric wants to do me harm. This house and this property are valuable, and they're half mine.
Alan, what's wrong?
Nothing. Nothing's wrong. This, Harold Dennis. What department did you say he was majoring in?
I think he said biology.
I imagine he looks like Eric.
Eric? Why should you think that?
Well, he's blonde, you said, like Eric. Why didn't you tell me that Eric's back in town?
He's not.
Olive must be seeing things again.
Olive saw Eric when?
Yesterday, just for a moment. You mean he hasn't gotten in touch with you, huh? That's hard to believe. This, Harold Dennis, doesn't he mind living in the same house with a crazy, blind man? Especially after yesterday's incident on campus.
I doubt he knows of it.
Maybe I should have a little talk with him. Try to get to know him. What do you think?
Alan? Alan, are you awake? Alan? Why is the door locked?
Because I locked it.
I have to go. Everything's ready for breakfast. You can manage by yourself, all right?
I manage best that way.
I'll see you this evening.
For the record, he tried to pull me down the stairs last night. It would have looked like an accident. But I need proof. I need proof that he's trying to hurt me. Sometimes it takes a lie to get people to see the truth. He tried to pull me down those stairs last night. He did. I'm not trying to kill myself.
Look, Alan, Eric is not staying in this house. Catherine would have told me. I would have seen him. There's nobody here but that student.
You mean you would have seen Eric, but you haven't seen the student? Isn't that unlikely? Why won't you believe me? Olive, this student, he keeps his door locked and looks after his room himself. He's hiding something there. He's got to be. Olive, there's a spare key in Catherine's room, in the chest. Go get it. Olive, you've got to help me. You've got to help me prove that I'm right. You said you'd do anything to help me. Remember?
Oh, it's just a book. Oh, it's one of your father's, Roots of Philosophy. Oh, and it's inscribed. No, it isn't. It's just a signature.
Whose name is it? Whose is it, Olive?
Harold Dennis. That's all it says, Harold Dennis.
I believe there is no Harold Dennis, no student room. I believe that Eric Walters pretend to be.
It's freezing tonight. I thought you sounded a little stuffy at dinner. Don't want you coming down with the flu. Here, take this. Aren't you going to tell me about your hand?
Hasn't Olive told you about it already?
Shouldn't she? Alan.
I know. I'm always creating monsters in my mind. Okay, I understand that now, and I'm going to stop. I'm going to get back to my music.
Alan, I called Dr. Greeno. Well, there was the accident, and now this. I felt I had to. It does rather fall to me. I didn't want to.
Catherine, I didn't force you to go into that room that night. I tried to stop you. If your face got burned...
When did I ever blame you?
Why didn't you want me to get out of the hospital? Why are you so anxious to get me back?
I'm anxious for you to get well, and you're not getting well here in this house. Look, at least talk to Dr. Greeno. If he says you should go back...
I'd rather go to hell.
Don't be melodramatic. I can't be here to look after you. And plainly, you can't look after yourself.
You're right, Catherine. You're always right. I can't stay here. That's clear.
Then you see Dr. Greeno? We can talk about it in the morning. All right?
All right.
Alan.
He can't hear you. He must have been out there for several hours. The important thing now is rest. I don't think we should try moving him to the hospital in this storm.
Show me your hands.
Alan? Alan! 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 Alan!
you're awake. Here.
What?
The pills.
I don't want them. They make me feel so dopey.
They also make you better. I want you well as soon as possible.
Sooner well, sooner away.
Oh, Olive will be over shortly. I'll try to be back early today.
Come in. How's our roomer tonight? Didn't you see him? He just came in.
Oh, I missed him. You seem much better tonight.
I was just thinking, when I go back to the hospital, oh, I'm resigned to it. Not reconciled, but resigned. Won't it seem a little odd to the neighbors, the two of you living alone here together?
Perhaps you won't go back and the problem won't arise. Good night. I'm glad you're better. I'm late again. Do you mind waiting for Olive to come get your breakfast?
Kathy. Last night, did anything happen?
Happen? What do you mean?
I guess I was just riding my nightmares again.
I've got to go.
State Hospital in Baker, please. To Dr. Robert Ellens in the psychiatric division. Yes, and hurry, please. It's urgent. Hello? Oh, yes, Mrs. Steele? Dr. Ellens' office, please. Hello? Hello. This is Alan Colley. May I speak to the doctor, please? I have to speak to him. It's very urgent. I'm in... Oh, he's not. Oh, well, when do you expect him? Oh, not until then. Well, I could make the trip up there myself. Yes. Yes. Are you sure that he'll be there then? All right, thank you. Yes, goodbye. Campus cab company, please. Yes, hello. Will you send a cab to 988 University Avenue, please?
I'm here.
Alan, I would have come by to see you and Catherine sooner, but I just got this new job and I've had this lousy cold.
Why, this piece of wood could have been lying there for months.
The room was open. And Eric, why did he lie about leaving town?
Well, he explained he changed his mind.
I'm not imagining this, and I'm not dreaming. Olive, you're the only person I have to trust. You've got to believe me. That voice I heard
Was in a dream.
Sometimes it was, not last night. I was in that room. The voice is on tape. It's on the machine. Olive, turn it on. Olive, please turn it on.
turn it off.
No, no, leave it on. Our mysterious rumor. How do you know it
Oh,
isn't
because
Eric?
I know. Because.
How do you know?
Because.
How do you know? Tell me.
Because, he isn't, anybody. There never was a rumor. You just thought there was a rumor, and I promised Catherine I wouldn't discuss it with you. Alan, you must go back. You know that yourself, don't you?
You're lying, Alan. Why are you... He was here. He was in this house. I showed him the room. I talked to him.
Yes, that's true. Somebody did come to the house, but he never came back. He never rented the room. Catherine decided not to rent the room.
The book with his name in it.
Well, Alan, that was an old book that has been lying around this house. You must have seen that name on...
Why are you lying to me? What are you trying to do to me? Get out! Get out of this! Get out of this house! Get out! Get out!
Catherine, you should have seen him. I hope he hasn't hurt himself. Alan? Alan, unlock this door. Alan? Alan, please tell us if you're all right.
Yes.
Well, he's alive.
Well, what are we going to do?
Leave him alone for now. I've had all I can stand of this. It's too late to call the hospital now, but first thing in the morning, I'm going to have them come for him. It's all I can do, Olive.
You would have killed me. You wanted to kill me. Why? Because of your face?
I had the scar taken away. But it was a mistake. The mark of your crime should have been left for you and for everyone to see.
And there was no scar, no rumor. You wanted me back in the terrible place, or dead.
You killed one of the greatest men that ever lived. One of the greatest minds deliberately. You murdered him. You murdered him. You murdered him. You murdered him. Murdered him.
Dear Alan, I have made sufficient progress that I can write this to you now. First, I must tell you there really was a Harold Dennis. He did come to the house that day and rented the room, but he called that night to say his mother had died and he wouldn't be moving in after all. It was then that I conceived the idea of impersonating him. I knew you were disturbed at the prospect of having a stranger in the house.
Hi.
Hi.
I thought I heard you come in. How did the new class go?
Well, music appreciation isn't the most challenging course in the curriculum, but it's a start.
And it's a very good one.
Dinner be ready soon?
Just about.
I ask you and Olive to forgive me so that I can begin to forgive myself. And for another selfish reason. If my progress continues at its present rate, I should be able to leave here soon. If, of course, you consent to take the proper steps in my behalf. Knowing your generous nature and how unhappy you were here yourself,
Saturday.
She is slowly poisoning me to death.
A bedridden man summons his 4 daughters home to save his life.
If for some evil reason I'm ever accused by anyone of killing, I will not be the one who wakes up screaming.
Sally Field, Walter Brennan, Jessica Walter, Julie Harris, Eleanor Parker. Home for the holidays. Saturday nights, Owl Theater at 11 on...
The makers of Last House on the Left warn you again to avoid fainting. Keep repeating. It's only a movie. Only a movie. Only a movie. You enter the nightmare world of terror on the day the insane took over the asylum. Don't look in the basement. Rated R.
I'm a sheepdog, I am. I gotta watch a sheep on account of the wolf will get him if I don't watch him. See, I'm a sheepdog, yeah, but he ain't gonna get him, no, sir, no, sorry. Oh, 'cause I'm a sheepdog, I am, and I'm too smart for him, I am, yeah.
To eat or not to eat? Bah, what a question. Eureka! I have it. I shall disguise myself as a sheep and mingle with the flock.
How many times have I got to tell you, sheep, not to leave the flock on account of the wolf will get you, and then you'll be sorry because you didn't listen to me when I told you, but you sheep never want to... Gee, what an ugly-looking sheep. But you sheep never want to listen to me. No, you never do want to Now get back in there and stay there!
Why, the dirty no good... Well, hello. What have we here? Mutton. Ah. Tender. A bit scrawny. Boss! Oh, boss! Boss! Oh, boss! 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 I ain't the suspicious kind, but there's a wolf in sheep's clothing among us, and it don't look like he's going to no masquerade party. Mm-mm.
A wolf? Come on now, come on. I know you're in there, and you ain't gonna get away with nothing on account I'm right on the job. So you better come out, because I know one of you is a wolf. Yeah.
Wolf? 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 Oh, me precious sweet, I love thee with an all-consuming fire, a fire sparkling in thine eyes, filling me with a madness that keeps repeating, I love thee, I love thee, I love thee.
He thinks he's pretty tricky, he does. I'll show him, I will. La 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 la. It's me. La 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 la. Why, Grandma, what a big nose you have.
Yes, it is quite a profile, isn't it?
And Grandma, what big eyes you have.
You have beautiful eyes yourself. They're like limpid sapphire pools in the shimmering moonlight.
They are? Really? You're not kidding me, huh? Well, what do you know? They are pretty. You're right, my eyes are pretty. They... Huh? You know, I don't think he meant a word he said about my eyes. If I don't get a haircut soon, the dog catchers are gonna get me. The wolf in sheep's clothing. I caught him. I caught him. Look. I caught him.
Well, how you like that?
What lovely music for a murder, or 2, or 3, or 9.
Who's this?
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to meet a dear friend.
You take his head, and I'll take his feet. Let's unscrew him.
But you I will kill.
But you can't, Doctor. I am already dead.
Are you ready for Dr. 5? Probably the most terrifying motion picture you'll ever see.
Got scent of something out there, all right.
Wild dog.
Close in by the sound of them.
Dang wild dogs out of the swamp. Let's get him.
What's that, Paul? What? Looks like a body. Here, Paul, take his dog.
Stay here and shut your choppers, you flea-flacking fat laps.
Oh, sweet jeepers. It's Ellie Burfoo, Paul.
Ellie Burfoo?
Yeah.
Dead?
Anything dead'd be stinking by now.
Wild dogs got them tails that taste of human blood. Ain't nobody gonna be safe out in their houses. We get together and wipe them off the island. You go call the sheriff.
Yes, Pa.
All right, what can anyone tell me about it?
Well, young Tom here, he come on her first.
How'd the rest of you get here so fast?
Brad and Scully was at the gas station when I called you, Sheriff. We came on the park driving back here.
Who else knows about it?
Only Preacher Biggers. I called him after I called you.
What for?
Well, I figured somebody ought to tell her brother what happened to her. Preacher Biggers' the only one in Frenchtown got a telephone.
Well, we're lucky you don't have a whole pocket full of dimes, aren't we?
Well, don't the family got a right to know?
It's up to the authorities. Now, Ellie and Lawrence, poor fool, got a father next to death. He hears about something like this, there's gonna be 2 dead bodies. Is that what you want? I guess not. What can you tell me, Doc?
Right now, only that it's not considered good medical practice to perform autopsies in the middle of swamps, surrounded by howling dogs and scratching rustics. I want the remains moved to the hospital as soon as you can arrange it. Do you think that can be accomplished by the neighborhood clods without completely obliterating any chance there might be of determining cause of death?
Ellie! 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 All right, somebody grab a hold of him now. Go on, stop him. Come leave me be, you don't want to see you like that, Lord. Let go.
Anybody know how it happened, Sheriff Whitaker?
Did you bring him here, Reverend?
He just stole my car and come anyway, Sheriff.
Oh, no.
Who killed her? We were wild dogs, boy. This couldn't be done by a human person.
Take your hands off me,
Now, you hold on to your manners, boy. You got a death
All right, now,
family.
let's hold it. Just hold it. Now, you go on home with the Reverend. Wait for me. Go on. Go on. Hey, you 2 boys help Doc with the body. Now, the rest of you get out of here. I want to look around by myself. Go on, get.
Come on, Lawrence. Come on.
He thinks someone murdered her.
Well, what do you think?
Wild dogs do it to her?
Tell me what you mean by do it. Dogs might very well have done something to her. There were bite marks.
Well, then they killed her.
You show me a pack of dogs where one of them knows how to hit you on the side of the head and knock you unconscious, and I'll sign a death certificate saying she was killed by dogs.
Something struck her.
Someone struck her with enough force either to kill her outright or to render her sufficiently senseless to be dragged out into that field and left for the dogs to finish off. Find someone strong enough to do that with his left hand, and you'll have who did it.
Left hand?
The mark was along here. That's where a left-handed person would strike you if you were facing him. You've got a murder, Sheriff.
That's just what I need. Hello, sir.
Sheriff?
I'd like to come in if you'd allow it. Hi, Lawrence. You feeling better?
Did you find out who did it to her?
How's your father? Does he know about it?
I just bathed him. Do you want to pay your greetings?
That'll pleasure me.
Lo quiero. Mon Dieu. Lo quiero.
What's he saying?
What he's been saying ever since Ellie was killed.
You, what are you saying, you?
Jolie, Henny, little Kerok. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
What was he talking about? I don't know French. What's a loukarou?
I don't know.
Well, you speak French.
Never heard that word before. First time I heard that word was when I come back from where they found Ellie.
Did he know about Ellie?
Yeah, he knows.
Who told him?
Nobody told him.
Well, then how does he know?
Well, I can't tell you that. He's been talking like that ever since I got back. Talking about his pretty Ellie, his little girl, sweet daughter, and the loukarou. He knows. Somehow he knows without anybody telling him.
It doesn't make any sense. He's just got crazy things going on in his head because he's old and sick. Let's talk about what's going on in your head.
Well, you know what's going on in my head.
I want to know what got it going.
It wasn't wild dogs that killed Ellie.
Now, how do you know that?
She was having trouble.
What kind of trouble?
With a man.
Now, who?
I don't know who. Wasn't anybody from down here on the bayou. Somebody up on Pecan Hill. Some other marsh island snobbery.
Well, how'd you know? She tell you that?
She didn't tell me anything. That's how I know. We was good friends. She used to tell me everything. Then suddenly she just shut up tight. Wouldn't talk a word to me. That's how it was last night when she was ironing her dress and brushing out her hair. I asked her. She wouldn't say. I know. Don't you worry about that.
How'd you know there was trouble between them? You said there was trouble.
I could read her face like a newspaper. Something had gone wrong. Something bad. I tried to find out what it was. She wouldn't tell me. She just sassed me. Told me to shut my mouth and gut her French.
Well, what'd you do?
Well, I hit her.
How hard?
Well, hard enough to let her know what I thought about her letting the quality put their fat fingers all over her.
Go on, show me how hard you hit her. Show me how you hit her. Go on, show me. I've known you for 10 years. I never knew you were left-handed.
Sheriff?
Good morning, Mr. Rodan.
Good morning, Sheriff. How are you? Is there something I can do for you?
Well, I just came by. I guess you heard about Ellie Burrifu.
Yes, I did hear, Sheriff. It's a terrible thing to happen. Come on, let's sit on the gallery. Is it true they discovered her body just the other side of our grove?
Yeah. Right near the Grummandy place.
Have you any idea who might have done it?
Well, we don't know much yet. I was just trying to trace where she went after she left the house before she got to the marshes. She could have come along the Garn Hill Road, or maybe she took a shortcut across the bayou. I was half wondering if you might have been outside between 8 and 12 and noticed her pass by.
Oh, I'm afraid not, Sheriff. I wasn't being a very happy man about that time last night.
Oh?
Yes, I was doing battle with another bout of malaria. There was a time there when I thought my shaking was going to bring the whole house down around my ears, but it finally passed off around 1 or 2, and I slept the rest of the night like a dead man.
Andrew? We're just about ready for lunch.
Miss Rhoda, I didn't know you'd returned to Marsh Island.
Just a couple of hours ago, I met a plane in New Orleans.
I guess you don't remember me.
You're Aaron Whitaker. I remember you very well.
When did you meet Sheriff Whitaker, Louise?
Well, he wasn't sheriff then, Andrew. He was just plain Aaron Whitaker, and he was 2 grades ahead of me in junior high. And I had this terrible crush on him.
Louise?
You probably didn't know a single thing about that, did you?
Well, I wish I had. We could have compared them.
Compared what?
Crushes. I had one on you, too.
Well, why ever didn't you say something about it?
To a Rodin?
Well, we're human, aren't we? I mean, practically, aren't we, Andrew, like anybody else? Even though we're a fine old family and settled Marsh Island and all that, even though there's always been a rodance living in this great old house here, even though you can't keep it warm when it's cold out, cool when it's hot, or dry when the rain's filtering in through the cracks.
Louise.
Well, it's true, isn't it? At least it was 5 years ago when I left. Has anybody fixed the roof since then? Or put in heating?
Louise, Sheriff Whitaker is attending to a small matter, and I'm sure you are impatient to get on with it. Isn't that so, Sheriff?
Well, it's nice seeing you again, Miss Rodin.
Well, you will come to call, won't you? Oh, I have to remember all the way they say things here. Come to call? Is that it? Or pay a visit? In New York, it's ring up, drop in, hop over. Things are much more active in New York.
Louise, I'll be right along.
Oh, dear, I'm talking too much. You noticed that, I suppose. I'm a compulsive talker. Everybody says so. You know, it happened to me shortly after I graduated from junior high school. What a pity it didn't happen sooner. I could have mentioned that terrible crush I had on you. Oh, Andrew is staring at me. Well, goodbye, Sheriff Whitaker, and do...
Ring up, drop in, or hop over.
Oh, my, that does sound energetic, doesn't it? Oh, put your hat on. You're going to get a sunstroke in this climate. I'm going, Andrew. I'm going.
My sister has been ill, Sheriff. That's why she's come home.
Well, I hope she'll be feeling better soon.
Oh, yes, she will be, with a lot of rest, quiet, no excitement of any sort.
What you mean is I shouldn't bother to ring up, drop in, or hop over.
It hadn't occurred to me you were taking the invitation seriously, Sheriff.
I wasn't. Mr. Rodin?
Sheriff?
Got yourself a clue, Sheriff?
Either one of you ever see this?
Oh. What did the fella call it?
You identified Ellie Burrowfool. That means you knew her.
Well, we knew her, all right. She did cleaning for us a while. Back after Ma died.
How long?
Yeah, near about. That's before she went to work at the hospital.
You ever date her?
Sure didn't.
And telling me what you were doing the night she was killed?
I was down in town to beanwagging. A lot of folks seen me.
Yeah, when'd you get back? What'd you do?
Came back around 10, went to bed, that's what.
You see him?
Well, I didn't get in till about 12.
Where were you?
Pictures in Leadville.
Well, when you got home, did you look in to see if Tom was home?
Tom Jr. here's a growed man. I don't bed shake him no more.
Anyhow, why are you asking us things? It was wild dogs that done it, wasn't it? You saying it wasn't wild dogs?
There's more than one kind. I'll see you. Morning, Sarah.
Sheriff.
What brings you to town?
Oh, Hugh sent me up to the store to buy some things. Some acids and some sulfur.
What for?
For the Lookarook.
For it?
For to drive the Lookarook away.
Sarah, do you know what a Lookarook is?
No, Sheriff, I don't, but Hugh thinks the Lookarook killed Ellie, and now he's scared it's going to get Lawrence.
Oh, you say that?
Yes, sir. Only I tell you something, Sheriff. Didn't no Lookarook kill Ellie, no matter what the old man says. And Lawrence didn't do it either. And if that's what you've been thinking.
Oh, Sarah, he had a reason, and he was left-handed.
He didn't kill her, Sheriff. Don't go waste no time on Lawrence. I know that.
Now, how do you know that, Sarah?
Because I know who did kill her.
Who?
You find out whosoever made Ellie pregnant, and you'll find out who killed her.
Doc, I'm not getting any more answers out of the back of your head than I was out of the front. How come you didn't tell me Ellie was pregnant?
I knew she was pregnant. I was third in my class.
How come you didn't say anything?
Aaron and I was performing an autopsy to determine cause of death. Pregnancy didn't cause her death.
Well, I'm not so sure.
Well, I am.
Doc, if she was pregnant, somebody got her that way. And that's a clear lead to who killed her.
No. No, it isn't. Antibiotics, anyone? None at all. Because I got her pregnant. And I didn't kill her. I loved her.
I guess I'll have some of your antibiotics.
Sorry, there's only one glass.
I didn't say anything about needing a glass.
I know what you're thinking.
What do you think you do?
Burroughs Druten, M.D., FACS. Grandson of Senator Jefferson Druten of Louisiana, out of his mind in love with a girl who does cleaning. Isn't that what you're thinking?
Lawrence said she had a date. He didn't say who with. You know who she had a date with?
Of course. Me. But she never came. I waited until I decided she wasn't going to come, then I went home.
Where were you supposed to meet?
Near the bottom of Pecan Hill. In the grove, across the wall from the Rodin's property. That's where we met a lot. One time in particular.
Lawrence said she looked worried.
She was. That's what we were going to talk about. The baby. I wanted to abort it. She wanted to marry me and have it. She wanted us to go someplace to live, somewhere else, where people wouldn't know us.
I leave Marsh Island.
And the hospital. And my whole life.
You didn't want to?
I didn't have the guts to. I'm almost 50, Aaron. Why do you start over again at 50? I wanted to go on loving her. Not having to give up anything for it. She said no. We were going to talk it out that night. But she never came. So I went home. I never saw her again. Till out there in that clearing. Torn apart. Sounds like I killed her, doesn't it?
You ever see this before?
No, never did. Where'd you get it?
You never saw Ellie wear it?
This? Ellie never owned anything like that.
Okay.
Aaron. I didn't kill Ellie.
Oh, boy, I sure hope not. Hey, Doc, what do you use sulfur and asafoetida for?
You don't, not anymore.
Well, when you used to use them, what'd you use them for?
My grandmother used to claim they kept wolves away.
Wolves? I see.
You're not going to arrest me?
You left-handed?
No.
Of course, whoever made that mark on Ellie could have come up from behind her, and that'd make him right-handed.
Maybe.
I see.
Oh.
Hello.
Andrew had a terribly important meeting with the town council, so I made him drive me in with him. Well, have you found out who did that awful thing to that girl yet?
Not yet.
Do I have to call you Sheriff the way Andrew does? Could I call you Aaron?
Aaron would be fine.
Well, then you've got to call me Louise.
All right, thank you. I was wondering if,
Was there something you wanted to say, Aaron?
Yeah, I was wondering if you'd have a cup of coffee with me over at Eddie's.
Well, I'd admire to do that very much, Aaron. You know I've never once in all my life been in this place. You know that?
So now that you are, what do you think?
I think Eddie doesn't make a very good cup of coffee.
Maybe like something else to drink. Not much you can do to burger.
They're all staring at me now. What would they do if they saw me take a drink?
Hey, listen, when Eddie finds out he had a rodent in here tomorrow, all the prices are gonna go up.
We really own this town, don't we?
Well, your great-granddaddy established it.
Oh, I know it all got drummed into me when I was just little. Your FFL, child. First family of Louisiana. Don't you ever forget it, child. You know I forgot it. What's everybody been saying about me coming back so suddenly after all this time? What's Andrew been telling them?
Well, Andrew said you were sick.
Oh, that is Andrew. He'd rather everyone thought I was a terminal case or something than know the truth. You want to know the truth, Aaron? You want to know why I finally came back to the ancestral manor?
Well, I can hardly say no, can I?
No, I guess not after my leading you on this way. I was living with a man. That's what was happening. That's what Andrew just can't bear anyone knowing. And what is worse, the man I was living with was not socially acceptable. And what is worse?
Oh, there's something worse.
Oh, yes, well, you hear. The socially unacceptable man I had been living in sin with walked out on me.
Well, I would think that Andrew would have been relieved.
Oh, no, he was furious. Why, if they'd had dueling, he'd have dueled him dead. You don't walk out on a rodent, even if you are living in sin with her. and I was socially unacceptable. You know what Andrew did? He hired some detectives, and they came to New York and found me. They packed me right back here.
Well, you didn't have to go. You could have said no.
He's got all the money. He'd cut me off.
Could have gotten a job.
Doing what? There's the curse of the romance again. All we women folk were ever taught was piano and how to talk French. So here I am, back at the old homestead, having been saved for myself. And Andrew's running around telling everybody I've been sick.
I'm glad you're back.
Are you, Aaron? Oh, well, I'll stop telling myself how unhappy I am because Andrew's such a stinker.
Mr. Rodin, how do?
Afternoon. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Please, don't let me interrupt your pleasures. I've been looking all over for you, Louise. Sheriff, this is where your sleuthing has taken you?
Oh, Andrew, don't be so stuffy. Ed just invited me in here for a cup of coffee.
Oh. Well, I'm much obliged to you, Sheriff, for occupying my sister while I was doing town business. I'm ready to go home now, Louise. And you ought to get some rest. You're looking a little peaked. And you remember what the doctor told you.
Andrew, it's no use. I've spilled the beans to Aaron. That is right. I have told him the whole ugly truth about why I'm back in Marsh Island, so there's no point in going on and on and on about how I need rest now I've been sick and what the doctor said.
I see. Well, it's comforting to know that Sheriff Whitaker is not the town gossip. Sheriff, I hear it being said that Mr. Germandy and his boy are organizing a hunt for tomorrow, aiming to wipe out the wild dog population around here. Would you care to join in? We don't often get sport like that in these parts anymore.
Well, I just might. Mr. Rodin. Of course, if the Germandys kill off all those wild dogs, I don't know what they're going to have to talk about the rest of their lives.
Are you ready, Louise?
Look at you! Mon Dieu!
Papa, it's okay.
Voilà! March!
Papa. Dr. Druten, quick. He's took bad this time, real bad.
Get it, Lawrence. You might as well start thinking about him dying, Lawrence, if you aren't already. He can't last much longer.
Oh.
Lucaruc. Is that French, Lawrence?
Not any French I ever heard.
Well, that shot'll keep him quiet for a few hours.
Okay.
Dr. Druten,
Yes, Sarah, what is it?
what did you find when you examined Ellie?
Just that she was murdered. Dogs didn't do it.
Like I said.
Well, you were right. Excuse me?
Nothing else?
No. Nothing. Goodbye.
Nothing?
Troubling you, Sarah.
If he says he didn't find nothing, either he's lying about being a doctor or he's lying about what he found.
What are you talking about?
If I tell you something, Lawrence, will you promise to keep your head on your neck? Hmm?
What is it you're going to tell me?
Promise.
Promise.
Come on, we're gonna have a good bunch. Well, Sheriff, you coming on a wild dog hunt?
Now you bring me a pelt, Tom.
I'm disappointed you're not joining us, Sheriff.
Somebody's got to mind the store. Good hunt.
Somebody's coming this way like he is being hunted.
Must be old Hugh again.
What is it, Lawrence? You let me back,
Hey, Lawrence,
Sheriff. What is it?
He killed my sister.
Come on, grab me. Now, Lawrence, now cool it off. Now.
It was her. She was having a baby. It was his baby.
Now, Lawrence, we know you're grieving, boy.
I don't really know reason to go around accusing people.
Just stand right up there. Come on over here. Now, you all go hunt your wild dogs. Now, get out of here. Now, you come with me. Come on.
Well, we better get going with it while we still have the light.
Aaron? I was just cutting some roses. Well, come on in if you're not looking for clues.
Well, I found the clue I was looking for.
What clue?
You. I was wondering if you were home.
Well, where else would I be? Not shooting down dogs with the rest of the folks in these parts. Would you care for a glass of lemonade? Might cool you off.
Thank you. It's mighty hot.
You'd have just driven on by.
Oh, I suppose so, if you hadn't stopped me.
Well, why didn't you just come calling like everybody else?
Well, anybody just wouldn't come calling, not here. Not without an invitation. I was brought up on Marsh Island.
So was I. I guess that's why nobody ever came calling. Well, have you solved your murder yet?
Not quite.
But do you have any suspects? Is that the word? Suspects?
That's the word. I got 3 of them. But I don't want any one of them to have done it. Now, Doc Drewton's, well, he's the closest thing I got to a friend here in this town. And Lawrence was a brother if he did it. Thank you. All the folks of quality around here will say, see what kind of people there are down in Frenchtown. They're half foreign and everything. And if it was Tom Germandy, that'd mean there was something between Tom and Ellie. I wouldn't like to think she'd lower herself that much. I liked her. If I'm some sheriff, aren't I?
I've never heard you talk so long before. I've never heard myself keep still so long. What do you suppose that means?
Well, I don't know what it means to you, but when I feel out of place, I just, shut up.
When I do, I just keep talking. I guess that's what it means.
I guess that's what it means.
Well, I guess you'd better drink your lemonade.
It's his night to howl. Dracula's dog. The meanest vampire of them all has a four-legged friend, and he's out for blood. Crown International Pictures presents Dracula's dog. Whoops, there he goes again. There's more to the legend than meets the throat in Dracula's dog. Rated R.
Get back in the bus, please. Please, come on. Come on, back in the bus.
Tuesday, meet Mike and Betty, the average American couple with 2 kids and Lucky, the family dog. Only one thing is wrong.
Some evil power has moved into my house. It's taken over my wife and my children.
It's a Halloween you'll never forget. Devil Dog, the Hound of Hell, Tuesday at 9, 8 Central and Mountain, right after the paper chase.
They shot 8 dogs today. It took 20 of them to do it.
One of them wild dogs, Dr. Drew, because he's the one I'm going to get as soon as I get out of here.
You get a long sentence for what you did today. You take my advice and just let him alone.
He killed Ellie.
All right. Well, get yourself some sleep. I'll see you later, Terry.
You want me to lock him in?
Planning to escape, Lawrence?
No. Wouldn't be worth it.
I'll only lock it if he has visitors.
Right, Aaron. Night now.
All right.
What's that?
He's me. But I'm gonna do like Aaron says. I'm gonna lock you up. Nobody's gonna be fooling around with my business. Now, you be a real good boy. Sit down. I'll be right back. All right. Come on up.
No. What? Hey. Oh. I kiss back. No. No. What is... Go on. Don't. Hey.
Same except for the blows. This time, whoever did it tore them both apart with his fingernails.
Cover him up.
Aaron, what in devil's own name is it?
You and the boys could have saved yourself the trouble of shooting all them dogs, man. They didn't kill Ellie or Lawrence or Don Terry.
Well, who did? Dang whappers, look at them bars.
You get through those bars, Tom?
Sure couldn't.
I don't believe you could either. So I just run out of suspects.
You sure? Is there anything you can tell us?
Yeah, 3 people were killed by somebody strong enough to tear out iron bars. Find somebody around here who's strong enough to do that, and you got yourself your killer.
Well, ain't nobody that strong.
Now, there are no marks of any instruments used on the bars. They were torn out by bare hands.
I'll send someone for the body, Sheriff.
Doc. I'd like to have 4 or 5 deputies for volunteers. Anyone volunteer?
What do you need deputies for, Aaron?
Well, Ellie and Lawrence Burrowfool were murdered by this wild man. There's only one Burrowfool left, old Hugh. How do we know he's not next? I'm going to post a 24-hour guard down at his house. All right, I want volunteers. I thought so.
Look at what happened to that deputy of yours who's guarding Lawrence. You want me to go on out there and get myself all torn apart guarding some old boy who's 3/4 dead anyhow?
Now, go on home, Ollie. Go on, get out of here. Go lock your doors.
Well, that ain't no joke, Aaron. I'm locking and I'm bolting. And I ain't feeding my dogs. You catch whoever it is, run around doing them things. I've seen them bodies. Tom Jr., come on. We're getting on home.
Morning, Mr. Rodan.
A little quiet, wouldn't you say, Sheriff?
Uh-huh. There are probably 8 or 9 guns on us right now.
Is that so? Well, I heard you were lacking deputies, so I thought I'd come and offer my services, if you think I qualify.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but what happens when I'm supposed to give you orders?
I guess you'll just have to forget who I am. And remember who you are, Sheriff.
Well, come on. I'll drive you over to Hughes. I was going there myself.
Marsh Island was settled by my people, Sheriff, and I've never been into this part of town.
You and your sister have seen a lot of new things these days.
I believe you're right, Sheriff.
Go this way.
It appears to be just as quiet here as up in town.
Twice as many eyes watching us.
You seem to have a tremendous knowledge of everything that's going on around you, even when it's completely invisible.
Well, I am the sheriff. Morning, sir. How's you?
Oh, he seems a little weaker today, Sheriff. Good morning, sir, Mr. Rodan.
You know me.
Oh, yes? Won't you come in, sir? My daddy used to work for you when your granddaddy had more than 100 hunters.
Well, there's only a few of them left now, and most of their hunting's from pasture land. What's that smell? What's that smell?
What's wrong with him?
He's had a fit.
Doctor, you were 3rd in your class. I never went to college. I knew he was having a fit when he started having it.
He's had a fit, and it was brought on, according to what you tell me, by something he smelled. Now, until he comes to, I can't say anything more.
Well, you ever had anything like this before? You've been the Marsh Island doctor for 20 years.
Oh, yes, but not the Rodinth doctor. I wasn't good enough for them. They went to New Orleans.
Said something about malaria.
This isn't malaria.
You got any ideas?
Not until I can talk to him. If I just knew something about his medical history.
Well, I'll find out for you.
How?
I'm the sheriff.
Is he all right, Aaron?
Well, the doctor says he doesn't have a temperature. And his pulse is all right. Well, it's just as though he was sleeping it off.
Sleeping what off?
Whatever seized him. You ever have a fit like that before? Anyone in the family?
Granddaddy used to have what they called his spells.
What were they?
Oh, I don't know. Please, sit down. I mean, nobody'd ever talk about it. Oh, I was just little. All I remember was a lot of running around and whispering and people talking about Granddaddy having one of his spells upstairs. A long time later, I was sure they meant he'd been drinking.
Well, maybe it wasn't that at all. Maybe it was the same thing your brother just had.
Well, what is it, Aaron? What are you looking at?
This.
Well, that was my mother. She gave it to me.
You know where it is?
Oh, good heavens, no. Well, I mean, I might know if I looked for it. I left it here when I went to New York. I suppose it's around here somewhere. Why?
Well, it is somewhere.
Well, what are you doing with it?
Is that it?
Well, of course it is. Where'd you get it?
I found it near where they discovered Ellie's body.
She stole it?
Not necessarily.
Well, how else could she have gotten it?
I'm going to find out.
You mean Andrew?
I don't mean anything. I just mean I'm going to find out. I'm going to the hospital.
Oh, Aaron, could I come with you, please?
You have to wait in the other room while I question it.
I gave it to her. When? The night she was murdered.
Mr. Rodin, maybe I oughtn't to be questioning you in your present condition. Although the doc did say he was going to send you home tonight. Now, if you don't know what you're saying...
Oh, I didn't kill the girl, Sheriff, and I know perfectly what I'm saying. I gave her that bit of bright work in return for certain favors she did me over the past year.
Favors?
Not the kind you're thinking, Sheriff.
Okay.
You ever heard of Siebert syndrome? Well, it's an offshoot of blackwater fever, the one form of malaria they don't know anything about, really. And once you got it forever. And the only time you know you had an attack is when you wake up after it's all over. I've had it for over a year now.
What do you do about it?
You take tripyridone. It's the only thing that keeps it under control.
Where do you get that?
Here, at the hospital.
Well, then Doc Druten would have known about it.
No. Sheriff, I have an interesting aversion to my maladies being paraded around the town, being the subject of gossip in ballrooms and bathrooms. Ellie Burrifu used to bring me the medicine in the evening, a month's supply at a time. And those were the favors she did me, in return for some money, and the night she died, that locket.
Mr. Rodin, you telling me that Ellie brought you some medicine on the night she was murdered?
That's right.
What time?
Oh, between 8 and 9 o'clock.
What was she wearing?
I don't know. It was a pretty dress. It was sort of brown, I think, with checks. But she wasn't in a pleasured mood that night. She had something on her mind, it seemed like. So I gave the locket to Ellie, saying, here, maybe this will brighten you up a little.
Did it?
Not noticeably. But she thanked me, and I hung it around her neck. I closed the catch, and then she went away to get murdered.
What'd you do after Ellie left?
Something stupid, Sheriff. Nothing.
Nothing?
I should have gone right back upstairs and taken 2 of the pills, but I didn't. I just sat there, thinking to myself, what a pretty girl Ellie Burrifu was. Just sat there thinking. And the next thing I knew, I was taking a shower, and it was about 5 o'clock in the morning.
Mr. Rodin, when you came home last evening after hunting, what'd you do then?
I dined with my sister.
And after that?
I went straight to bed. It tired me out more than I thought that, huh? So I went to bed early. Couldn't have been later than 9. Slept the night.
Without waking?
Straight through to breakfast. And that's when I learned from my sister what had happened in the night to Lawrence Burrifu and your deputy. It was the same person, wasn't it, Sheriff? All these murders, they've been committed by the same person, haven't they?
Well, it seems so. If there is a person that can tear iron bars out of a brick wall. Well, Mr. Rodin, you don't happen to be left-handed.
I'm ambidextrous, Sheriff. I can sign my name with both hands at the same time, and it would take a handwriting expert to tell you the difference. You know, there have been 5 of us in my family who inherited that interesting trait from my great-great-grandfather.
Now, take care of yourself.
Miss Rodin, is Sheriff Whitaker still with... Oh, there he is. Aaron, I can't get one person in this fear-ridden town to take this medication to old Hugh. If he breaks loose with one more spell of the Luca-Rooks, it'll be the finish of him.
I'll take it.
A spell of the what?
It's something the old man keeps saying in French. Nobody around here can understand it.
I know French.
You go with me?
Of course.
Miss Rodin.
Doctor?
I said he went to bed at 9.
Well, I know it was early.
You know if he slept through the night?
Well, I don't know. I dropped off about 11.
Hello, Sarah. How is he?
Sulfur. I smell sulfur.
That's what it is.
Now, it's a sedative. That's what people used to say.
I know.
Look at him. Yes.
Yeah?
Luca-Rook? Monsieur, qu'est-ce que vous dites? Monsieur, répétez ça, s'il vous plaît.
Voilà. Dans la main. Le Luca-Rook. Après. L'ange. Oh. Oh.
Aaron? Aaron, it's his dialect. Luca-Rook. He's saying loup-garou. Werewolf. He's saying werewolf. He says that I'm its next victim.
Mr. Rodin?
Okay, now quieten down and listen. Now, Tom Gurmity, he knows these marshes better than his own name, so I'm putting him in charge. And remember this, Andrew Rodent is out there, and he's turned into a wolf. And we gotta find him and shoot him down like a wolf.
This isn't any place for you.
Mayor, you're planning to hunt down my brother, hunt him down and shoot him like a wild animal?
Miss Rodent, you shouldn't be here.
Mayor, he's sick. He has this illness. Don't you understand that? He has these seizures.
Miss Rodent, he had fangs coming 2 inches out of his mouth.
Mayor, listen to me. There are drugs.
Hey, this here's his sister. How do we know she ain't gonna turn out to be some kind of a wolf?
You shut up. Mayor, listen to me. Finding him is one thing, but hunting him down, shooting him is another thing altogether.
Now, this is a law enforcement matter. You organize this posse without any legal authority.
I'm acting under authority vested in me by the Marsh Island Charter. Now, Tom Gurmity's in charge now.
Louise. Come on, Louise.
Come on, boys.
Find him, but they're still at it.
Aaron, come in here. There's something I want you to see.
What is it?
Lycanthropy and lycanthrope-like diseases.
What's lycanthropy?
Werewolves.
Oh, Louise, you don't believe it.
What I believe, what I want to believe is that it's what Andrew said it was, a disease that you can take pills to control. But after what Dr. Bruton said, and after what happened at the Burfoo house and Granddaddy's fits, and now this book.
Let me see. Many diseases resemble lycanthropy in some of its symptoms. These quasi-lycanthropic diseases are relatively harmless and easily controlled by a series of modern drugs.
Well, that's what Andrew said it was, those pills.
Lycanthropia veritum. True lycanthropy may also respond favorably to the same drugs for a time, and then the disease develops an immunity to the drug. In true lycanthropy, the victim's yearning for the taste of blood turns him into a most powerful, dangerous, and deadly killer. Mythology has it that werewolves are repelled and rendered temporarily harmless by the smell of sulfur. And it is also recorded, though with no scientific basis whatever, that certain persons, sensitive sorcerers, exorcisers of evil, claim to be able to...
No, go on, read it.
It's mythology. I'm not interested in mythology.
Well, I am. Claim to be able to see the shape of a pentagram in the hand of the werewolf's next victim.
Louise, it's 1972.
I heard he looked into Lawrence's hand just before Andrew killed him.
That's what Sarah said, but Sarah's a superstitious...
He just looked into mine.
Louise, he is your brother.
Andrew is a... He's out there.
It's in the barn. Stay right there. Come on. Stay here, Louise.
Aaron, he tore iron bars out of cement.
If he was born in this house, maybe he'll have more respect. And after I leave, lock and shutter this door. Then go in there and lock and bolt that door. And don't leave the room. I don't know what I'll do when I find him, but it won't be what they'll do. Now, don't leave the room. Don't answer the door until you hear it's me, Aaron, saying it's me, all right?
Aaron, if he has to be killed, not their way.
Rodan!
The destruction of the victim. And only two methods of destruction are known. Death by burning or death by shooting with bullets that have been blessed.
Oh, Aaron. He knew. He made me fire at him. He knew. The bullet. He must have had them fast. He must have done that. He knew. Aaron, look.
This man's name is John Austin Frazier. He lived in Chicago, Illinois. He now resides at the State Mental Hospital. We are saddened to tell you that this tragic condition was brought on when Mr. Frazier attended the world premiere of our triple nightmare of horror program, Orgy of the Living Dead. Since this tragic event, the producers of the program have secured an insurance policy, ensuring the sanity of each and every patron. The policy states that in the event you lose your mind as a result of viewing this explosion of terror, you will be provided with free internment in an asylum for the rest of your natural life. Poor John. It's not surprising, though, after all, murder, mutilation, blood-sucking vampires, living dead maniacs, slashing, rending, devouring the living. It's enough to drive anyone mad. Be sure you're insured before you dare to see Revenge of the Living Dead, Curse of the Living Dead, and Fangs of the Living Dead.
Tonight, on the CBS Saturday Night Movies, this gentleman saved this little girl's life, but they accused him of harming her.
We'll do this ourselves.
And he was tragically murdered. Now, one by one, the men of this town are dying. Who is his avenger? Is it the dead man's grief-stricken mother?
They killed my boy!
The little girl who loved him?
I know what you did to Bubba.
Or could it be the Scarecrow? Dark Night of the Scarecrow, coming up next.
No spot is so dear to my childhood as the little brown church in the day. Oh, down, down, down.
July 1960. While flying over a remote section of northern Canada, a Canadian aircraft patrol pilot suddenly encountered the huge shape of a strange, unknown giant. But what was it? And where did it come from? Now comes a motion picture that explores this incredible mystery. Don't miss Sasquatch, rated G.
Now showing at the Embassy, 46th Street. Starts tomorrow throughout Greater New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. Watch for this ad in your local newspaper.
Oh, come on. Jeez.
Look at these. Some joker. Snowshoes from some mail-order novelty house.
Welcome all of you to the Real Lodge and our 50th annual Winter Carnival. All of us here have been looking forward to this big event for some time. Even the weather has blessed us with good snow and cold, sunny skies. I'm sure you'll agree that the events that we have lined up will make this our best Winter Carnival yet. Let me tell you a little about what we have planned. First of all, you may compete in as many of the events as you have a mind to. We've got cross-country skiing, snowmobiling, dog sled racing, and every variety of alpine skiing. Downhill, slalom, and freestyle skiing. It's what we used to call hot dogging. But you hot doggers will be judged on grace and originality, not on your audacity.
There's Billy Joe, the Snow Queen.
Billy Joe!
This is real high. How are you?
Hail to the Queen!
Charlie, Mr. Rillin?
Can I help you, Buster?
Come on, Charlie.
No. Tony, could you come out here a second? Buster Smith wants to talk to you.
Hi, Buster. What can I do for you? Mr. Rillin, can I talk to you a moment in private? Sure.
I am so pleased you remembered, Betty Jo, even though your mother's too young to remember, that I was the very first queen of our very first Winter Carnival. But I was only 16. That was, 50 years ago.
Charlie, be right back.
Tony, this is a fine time to be going skiing.
No, hardly, Grandma. We have a little problem.
The manager takes care of big problems, which we don't have at Real Lodge.
No, no big problems here, Grandma.
He thinks because he's my grandson, he can treat me as if I were his grandmother.
Heidi?
Heidi, can you explain to me exactly
You won't
where...
believe me either. Nobody'll ever believe me.
Well, what's more important, finding your friend or trying to convince us that there's some kind of monster out there?
There is. I saw its footprints. I heard it. And it's got Jennifer. And all anybody's doing around here is staring at me like I'm crazy.
Nobody thinks you're crazy. The problem is the patrolmen haven't been able to find Jennifer yet. In fact, they can't even find your tracks. So you're gonna have to get a hold of yourself and take us back out there again.
I'm not going back. Please, don't ask me to. Please, I can't.
Okay. But you can describe the spot, can't you?
No. God, the only thing I can remember are those footprints. Whew. So cold. I'm scared, man. Oh! God, what am I going to tell Jennifer's parents? They always expect me to keep an eye on her. I'm going to call them right now.
No. Don't worry them unnecessarily like that. We're gonna find Jennifer, I promise you. Let's get back to the lodge and get yourself warmed up. I'll have Buster drive you down. Hey, try not to worry, okay? We're gonna find her, I'm telling you.
Tony, we passed an old barn, off by itself, near a stream.
Good girl. Good. Take her down to the lodge, have my grandmother keep an eye on her. I'd hate to have our guests or anybody at Carnival hear that kind of story. From any of us, huh? Let's split up, see what we can find. We'll meet back at the lodge in a half hour. Let's go.
Can we have your autograph, Mr. Seabird? You gave my father one at the '68 Winter Olympics. But then when you won that gold medal, he sold it.
He did? What did he get for it?
Don't tell him. Let him keep his illusions.
Thank you. Will you be staying for the whole Winter Carnival?
I think so.
That's just great. Well, thank you.
Well, it's nice to feel wanted somewhere. Coming? Hey, Tony!
I don't think he recognized us.
I think you did.
Perhaps he's got something more important to do right now.
No. Good old Tony knows I'm going to ask him for a job.
How could he know that? He hasn't heard from you in ages.
Yeah, you were right. Coming up here was a dumb idea.
I never said it was a dumb idea. I just said you might be better off looking for work outside the ski business.
This is all I know how to do.
You know what I think, Gar? You don't really want a job. This is just an excuse to back out and still feel right about it.
This wasn't an animal. And it wasn't human either.
Well, it certainly narrows it down. Did the other men see it?
I don't think so.
You didn't ask them?
If they'd have seen it, they'd have told me.
They thought Heidi was imagining things. They couldn't possibly think that of you. One word from you, it'd be all over town in a minute. Oh, it's a fine time to have a panic just before our winter carnival.
I'm not hiding anything. I didn't tell the men because I wanted to get them out of the area as quick as I could.
Not because you have a vested interest in the future of this resort.
Grandma, I'm gonna try to spell it out for you very simple. There's something very strange and very dangerous out there. And if I thought it would stay up there, fine. We could designate the area avalanche prone and just seal it off.
Well, if it were going to come any nearer, wouldn't it have done so by now?
What do you base that on? You don't know anything about it. I mean, you don't know how long it's been up there. When it got there, it could have got there last night.
Just in time for the winter carnival.
What are you being so facetious about?
For heaven's sake, what do you want us to do?
Report it to Sheriff Paraday immediately.
Report what to Sheriff Paraday? Can you hear yourself describing what you saw, what you thought you saw? Tony, we need this carnival. It's what keeps the tourists coming here all year round. The whole town needs it.
I know all that.
Well, then, let's just hold our fire until the carnival is over. I agree with you. Let's designate the area restricted. Tell the maintenance crew to put up a slew of signs.
And what do you tell Jennifer's parents?
Tony, I'm not being insensitive, just realistic. You know what I think? I think it was an avalanche. Bodies do disappear in avalanches, you know.
Are you forgetting about Heidi?
I'm not worried about Heidi. I certainly don't have to worry about you, Tony. Do I? After all, you are my grandson.
Charlie, see if you can locate Sheriff Paraday for me.
Oh, all right.
Gar, Ellen. I'm sorry I had to keep running. Crisis. You two look great. Does he still wear his gold medals to bed? Listen, I'm still running. Let's get together, have a drink later on, and confess everything. I've forgotten how beautiful you are. You always were the winner.
I need a job, Tony.
Not anymore, you don't.
Mr. Rill, I heard you didn't find the girl. You want me to go
Where
up
have
there?
you been? With Heidi?
Yeah.
How is she?
Your grandmother had the doctor give her something, put her out for a while. She was in pretty bad shock. Look, Mr. Rill, I'm supposed to have the rest of the day off. But I got a pretty good idea where the girl is up there on that mountain. If it's all right with you, I'd like to take a couple of patrollers up there, look around, see what I can find.
No, and that's an order.
May I ask why?
Because I don't want anybody up there. I want the area posted. You get a hold of Ben Cochran in maintenance, you tell him to get ready to put a lot of signs up there.
Yes, sir. Saying what?
What?
How do you want the signs to read?
Restricted areas.
John, where you going? What's the matter, son? What's the matter? Speak up.
Inside. The water truck.
Oh, my. Oh,
Hey, Tony! Sheriff, I want to talk to you. Sure. Okay, hold on. I'll be right there.
Unit 2 calling Unit 1. Unit 2 calling Unit 1.
Unit 2, go ahead.
Sheriff, some ski patroller wants to talk to you.
Yeah, what about?
The man said murder.
What? Where?
Out at the old Fairchild place.
I'm on my way. Tony, it's gonna have to wait. Wait a minute!
Sorry I'm late. How's our new superstar?
Your grandmother decided that a living legend is just what this place needs.
May I have some coffee, please? Would you like some more tea, Mrs. Seabird?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rill.
Tea.
What is it, tell me?
Oh, pressures. Comes with,
Inheriting all this.
Hmm.
I must tell you, I'm very impressed. You really built this into something.
Why, thank you.
Thank you for giving Gar a job.
That's all in our favor. But he told me he had a hard time getting you up here. How come?
Well, I only get 2 weeks off a year, you know, and I had my heart set on a warm climate. And I was afraid of seeing you again. After all this time, everything we had.
What did you think would happen?
I don't know. I've been having a lot of fantasies about you for the last year.
Fantasies about me? Good or bad?
Not bad. A friend of mine, a doctor, said that when a woman starts having fantasies about the man she didn't marry, she's not getting enough realities from the man she did.
I think your friend is talking to you about sexual realities, and you're not.
Reality is the problem. You know, Tony, if I were an archaeologist or something, it wouldn't be so bad. But I'm a reporter. Television is all here and now. It's exciting, it's challenging, it's stimulating. That's where I am all day. Then I go home to Gar. And it's the winter of '68. That's where he is.
How long has he been like that?
Do you know that he hasn't been up on his skis since he won the gold medals?
That's incredible. Well, maybe coming up here will change all that.
Not his fault entirely. 25% of the world watched him win those medals. The president called him. He was on magazine covers. He did television commercials. He was a hero for an instant. And whatever it takes to go back to being an ordinary mortal, Gar doesn't have it. It's really a form of paralysis.
Well, as I see the problem, Doctor, you're still in love with the man.
Well, I could fall out of love with him. It'd be so much easier. You know, marriage can survive a lot of things. But it can't survive lack of respect. And I've lost about all the respect I ever had for him. I need a nap.
Wait a minute. You know what you need? You need to have someone say he loves you. And I do, you know. I always have.
I saw that, you know. Kissing my wife in public. Hey, guess who's been elected to crown Queen Betty Joe? Yours truly. Ta-da.
Gar, are you still a good marksman?
You mean on the rifle range?
No, not necessarily.
What do you mean?
Okay, whatever I tell you, you'd have to promise me not to repeat it to anybody.
Okay. You're serious, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Not even Ellen?
Especially Ellen.
Why especially Ellen?
Because she's a news person.
Okay.
Tony.
Meet me in an hour at the swimming pool, okay?
Okay.
You better take the boy home now, Mr. Cochran. I appreciate your help.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Thanks, son.
Something that's troubling you, Tony. Why don't you tell me what it is?
You remember a news story a few months back? Some hikers claimed that one of their party, a young girl, was carried off by a 12-foot hairy monster?
Yeah, Bigfoot.
You believe in such a creature?
I really don't know. But you know, they say that there are hundreds of them roaming around all over the country.
Who says?
Lots of people. Right after that story broke, Ellen did a special on the Bigfoot controversy. So she traveled all over the country. Interviewed dozens of people who supposedly had seen one of them. Has one of them been seen around here? Is that what your crisis was all about?
Well, I saw something, Gar. It was monstrous. And it wasn't an animal. And it wasn't human either.
And now you find that you're too rational and too realistic to allow yourself to believe it was something else. Is that it?
A little bit of all that.
And that's why you hired me to go out and blow its brains out, right? Talked about friendship. You're a bit of something else.
I didn't give you a job as a hired killer, Gar.
Of course not. You were only thinking of this town that you love so very much.
You're damn right I am. That thing is dangerous, Gar.
Just because it doesn't look like you or me makes it a thing. And then it's all right to go out and kill it in cold blood, right? And how do you know it's dangerous? Everyone who's ever been in contact with one says exactly the same thing. It stares at you for a few seconds, and then it disappears again into the wilderness.
Except when it feels like carrying off a young girl.
That story turned out to be a hoax.
I'm not talking about that story. I'm talking about one of our guests. I found her jacket the other day. It looked like it'd been ripped off her body and it was blood-stained, and I believe that thing killed her.
Have you seen my husband?
No, Ellen, I haven't. Jimmy, are you looking for me?
No, Sheriff Paraday needs to see Tony right away. You have any idea where he might be?
No, I haven't. Well, Ellen, it seems as if both our men are missing. Something wrong?
Nothing you want to hear about. And look, I got to get right back out there. As soon as he shows up, will you tell him the sheriff wants him to come right out to the old Fairchild farm? Sheriff, I went out to the Rill Lodge. They don't know where Tony is. I talked to Mrs. Rill. Told her as soon as he shows up, send him out here right away. Okay. You make anything of this?
Yeah, really.
I thought I saw something up there.
Where? Come on, we gotta get to the barn. Sheriff's waiting for us. Cole. I got here as fast as I could. Scar Seaberg, our new ski school director. Sheriff Faraday, what's up?
Well, I think we found that missing girl.
Where?
Cochran's boy found her inside, dead. I understand she was a guest at the lodge. I was hoping you could help me identify her.
I must have seen her somewhere. Maybe I'll recognize her when I see her face.
She doesn't have one. Pretty obvious she wasn't murdered. Only human beings commit murder, and whatever did that wasn't even halfway human. What do you think, Tony? Can you help me? Is that her?
That's her.
What do you base that on?
Color of her suit.
Well, how would you know the color of her clothes?
It matches the jacket I found.
You found a jacket where?
On the north slope. We were looking for her up there yesterday. Her friend thought she might have had an accident.
So the patrollers told me, but they didn't say anything about a jacket.
We spread out in different directions, Cole.
But you came together again.
That's right.
So why didn't you show them the jacket?
What?
Why didn't you show them the jacket, Tony?
I left it where I found it. As a marker.
Is that what you wanted to talk to me about?
That's right. I wanted to see you about it first. I didn't want to put the town in a panic.
And what about this stuff Heidi told the patrol about a monster?
Heidi only saw the footprints. I saw the thing itself.
All right, tell me about it. I can certainly understand your grandmother not wanting any of this to get out. You know, she may be right about it being a grizzly. Winter attacks are not all that rare, you know.
Cole, it's not a grizzly.
What do you think it is?
Gar thinks it's one of those legendary creatures called Bigfoot.
That's right. The legends I've heard about Bigfoot put him pretty firmly in the Pacific Northwest.
Not necessarily, Sheriff. Ellen tells me there are hundreds of them roaming around all over the country.
Ellen?
Oh, my wife. She's a TV journalist, and a while back she did a special on the Bigfoot controversy.
Did they settle anything?
Nah, not what you, a sheriff, would consider hard evidence. But she did run across a couple of interesting points. She went up to Washington State and met with an anthropologist. He showed her, I think she said 150 photographs, hand and footprints of so-called Bigfoots. Now, if you want to know more about it, I suggest you go and talk to Ellen.
don't know anything for a fact.
Clint Walker. Except that bulldozer kills. Carl Betts. 2 men dead. The survivors watch an unmanned bulldozer continue its rampage. Killdozer.
None of man's fantasies of evil can compare with the reality of Jaws. This is the extraordinary motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Jaws.
That's a 20-footer. 25. 3 tons on him.
Hurry up, he's coming straight for us. Don't screw it up now. Don't wait for me. Now! Shoot! Give him room, Brody! I can't, he's trying to run! Ah! Kill! Break it up! Everybody out of order.
Jaws, rated PG. Maybe too intense for younger children.
Beyond every fear you've ever imagined, there is a terrifying reality. The great white shark.
Get on shore!
Port Harbor has been invaded by the ultimate predator.
It's coming right at us!
The most terrifying motion picture of 1982. Great White, rated PG.
Whatever did that to that girl, the less people that get in its way, the more of us are going to stay alive.
Right.
So we're going to say that the girl was mauled to death by a crazed grizzly out of hibernation. That's the story I'd like for you to tell your wife, Mr. Seberg.
All right, Sheriff. I will. For now, that is.
Thank you. Tomorrow morning, when it gets daylight, I'd like for the 3 of us to sneak out here, track that thing down, and kill it.
We just lost Mr. Seberg.
No, you didn't, Sheriff. Whatever did that to that girl in there has got to be destroyed.
Fine.
Okay.
She wasn't even 20.
To think that something like that could happen to her.
Mauled to death by a grizzly, and in the dead of winter. Come on, Doug, you can't believe that. Something else happened to that girl. Personally, I'm scared, and I'm leaving.
Where in the world have you been? We've been calling all over town for you.
What's wrong?
You were supposed to be at the high school auditorium over an hour ago.
Oh.
Tony, will you go to the airport? I had to notify that poor girl's parents. They're due in any minute.
What'd you tell him, Grandma?
Nothing. Except that you'd be there to meet them. Come on. Joe, smile.
I am trying to smile, but I keep imagining how that poor
Betty Joe, it's carnival time, and you're the queen.
This one up?
I don't know.
Gar.
What?
Please tell Tony I'm sorry. He was right. I should have let him report it. But we had to have our winter carnival. It was our 50th.
I guarantee you, it'll continue for the next 50 years. Now, you take care of yourself, all right? And I'll take care of this one. Take care.
Still can't get a hold of Tony. Seems to be a lot of hysteria back at the lodge. Bad news travels fast. You better let me drive you back, Mr. Seabird. Don't worry about the car. I'll have one of my deputies take care of it. The wife's probably worrying about you.
Appreciate it.
Well, you sure picked a bad time to go to work for Real Lodge.
Yep. What are you gonna do next?
Well, as soon as it's daylight, I'm gonna get out there and see if I can't track that thing down.
I'd like to come along with you if you don't mind.
Well, Tony says you're a crack shot. Sure. By the way, did you teach your wife to ski like that?
Like what? When did you ever see her ski?
Well, she followed us clear out to the barn. I saw her up in the hills watching us. Then I guess she turned around and headed back.
Mm-hmm. I wonder how she found out there was something going on.
Well, sir, I was wondering the same thing till I found out she was a lady reporter.
Yeah.
My deputy figures that she overheard him telling Mrs. Rill to send Tony out there, and I guess something in the way he said it must have tweaked her nose for news.
Right.
At any rate, let's hope that by this time tomorrow night we'll have an end to this story for her.
Hey, Billy. How are you? Did you see my wife?
Not since this afternoon.
Oh, hey, wait.
Excuse me, Mr. Seabird, but I got to check that couple out, or they'll walk right out without paying.
All right, I understand. Now, you saw my wife this afternoon. Did you see her come back?
No.
You know you scared the hell out of me.
Oh.
Gar,
Yeah?
I'm proud of you. I'm sorry I let us drift so far apart.
Well, we both kind of let that happen.
I should have been there when you needed me all these years.
You finally were.
I was?
Sure. If you hadn't gotten lost, I would never have had good enough a reason to get back on my skis again.
How was it?
I stood on top of this mountain, looked down, and I saw myself, instead of flying down, I was falling down, completely out of control. But once I got skiing, it was great. It was really great, Ellen. I should have told you a long time ago why I never skied after 68. I think it's because I saw too many champions become has-beens. I didn't want to be a has-been. So I figured that by not skiing anymore, I'd stay on top. But I didn't. Because things don't happen that way. They don't. I've been such a fool, Ellen.
Oh, not a fool, my love. We're all afraid of failing.
No. Not you.
Oh, yes, me.
I never knew that.
I never showed you.
Have you been keeping things from me?
Will you kiss me?
I thought you'd never ask.
Sheriff. We've checked the north slope for Mr. and Mrs. Seberg. No sign of anyone or anything in this area.
You.
Did you say something?
Let's go home, Gar.
Do we have to?
Come on.
You sure you want to go home?
Come on.
I'm gonna check the barn, Cole.
Tony? Wait a minute. Up there on the hill.
No, it's gone, but I saw it. I swear.
We're gonna have to go back over the bridge and turn around to get over there.
Hey, Tony!
God.
Tony! Oh, Tony. Oh.
You okay?
We're all right.
Sheriff and his deputies up there looking for her right now.
Ready? Aim. Fire.
I told the sheriff I was gonna catch up with him. Guess you two better get some sleep, huh?
No, I'll go with you.
After the night you've been through?
Sure.
If I'm asleep when you come in, wake me up.
We got it! The sheriff himself shot it right between the eyes. We're bringing it in.
I couldn't believe one of those things would be out in the wintertime.
Yeah, I'm amazed.
Well, some shot, huh?
Things at the lodge.
Okay. You mind if I ask you a yes or no question?
Well, that all depends. As a friend?
Martha. More as a time saver, though. Because if your answer is yes, there's no sense in us talking. Did you know you were killing the wrong thing?
All I know for sure, Mr. Seaberg, is that, something came charging out of that brush at me, and it wasn't human. Are you that sure that it was the wrong thing?
Well, I don't know, but it seems to me that the best way to find out is to cut it open and see what's inside.
Look, Sheriff, if the people of this town are in danger, don't you think it's your responsibility to warn them? Even if it means calling off the Winter Carnival.
Look, Mrs. Seaberg, what is it that I'm going to warn the people against? A man-beast legend whose very existence is hotly disputed?
Disputed by whom?
Well, by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, for one. I wouldn't know this, but I talked to Washington this morning. And they said that they don't have one piece of evidence, nothing they've seen or heard that would stand up under scientific scrutiny, unquote. Now, is that what you want me to warn the people against? Can you honestly expect them to believe it? Now, an unseasonal bear is one thing, but a legend is, well, just that, a legend.
Bigfoot has been sighted in the Northwest for the last 150 years. There are verified recordings of attacks, I had a man on my television show just recently who swears he threw a rock at one and it ran away. But I don't think what we've seen is Bigfoot. I don't think it's as simple as that.
I agree. There have been enough happenings around here. All it takes is one person who doesn't believe it was a bear, and you'll have a stampede on your hands.
That's just the point. I don't want these hills full of people shooting at each other. Now, you don't believe it was that bear, do you?
No, it was not a bear.
What do you think it was?
I don't know. A mutant of some kind. Something left over from the last ice age. I don't know. Whatever it is, it's still out there. And it's a killer.
What do you suggest we do?
What you told my husband we should do in the first place. But this time, let's really do it.
That's right. And you can count on me, Sheriff.
What you're saying is you want us to go up there, just the two of us, and destroy this thing.
That's right.
Just the three of us.
Just the four of us. Everybody ready? Call it a day and head back for the camper. knows where we're at. Maybe we ought to move camp.
No, we're gonna stay right here. Settle down and wait for him. Isn't that better than cruising around on the off chance that we might sight him?
He's got a point.
Well, we'll have to keep watch all night.
2 at a time. I said the 4 of us, didn't I?
You did.
Look, you 2 go first. I'll make dinner. Tony?
Okay, would you hold these two?
They're bluer, you know.
What a...
Your eyes. Can I ask you a question that's been following me around for a long time?
Yeah.
Why did you decide against me?
I didn't decide against you, Tony. I decided for Gar. I loved you both, you know. But he needed me.
And I didn't. But it's okay, huh? You've just answered an 8-year-old question. Friends?
Friends. Always.
It's our watch, gentlemen.
Made some dinner. It's on the table for you.
All right. Sounds great. Good morning.
Are you hurt?
Oh my God! Come on down!
Tony! Oh! Tony!
Let me.
Oh! Let's slow down. It's not chasing us anymore. It got what it wants.
Well, he's no longer killing just to eat. That last attack wasn't mindless. That was a planned counterattack.
We're not going to get very far walking. The barn's down here. Let's head for it.
Hey, Tony. That's not a very good idea.
Why not?
Because that's where he's been stashing his food. Can you imagine us being there when he shows up?
Now, it's already lost 2 from there. If he's as smart as you think he is, he won't come back to the barn again. Let's go.
Hey, Tony, where are you going?
There's 3 sets of skis and 3 rifles back up at that camper. Why don't you stay with Ellen? There's no sense in all of us risking our lives.
Hold on. We decided we would stay together until this thing was over.
Yeah.
Remember?
We're more vulnerable if we split up.
Okay, let's go. This new snow is just gonna make everything more difficult for us.
Yeah, but a lot easier for it. Wait a second. Where were your rifles when the camper turned over?
By the side of it.
But the extra rifles were inside, weren't they?
Yeah.
Okay, now if I pull the logs out, will you go in and get them? Tony, come here. Ellen, can you see the rifles?
No.
Where can you find anything?
There's some skis.
Oh, great. Throw them up.
Hey, there should be a service revolver in the cab.
Ellen, look at the closet. The rifles might be there.
All right.
Tony! Look! I found the gun! I use it! Get the rifles, Alan, and the other skis.
Okay.
day.